and Dan is the first one. So Dan gets a stack of cookies here for being first on this one, and that is all cool. Okay, and we'll see how things go. And of course, YouTube is telling me I'm now live. All right, so there we go. As you guys get in the door, of course, hit that like button. And yep, I get ready to go over. If you haven't jumped over to the other stream yet, you see where I posted a new stream. Click on that, and that'll take you to the new stream, and that will work. I'm going to shut the old one down here, and in a few seconds, and hopefully everyone is migrating over to the new one. And I see 14 of you already there. I slapped that like button. Okay, that is awesome. Anyway, we'll get it all into a place here, and I think we're just about good. So yep, just gonna shut it down. I'm just gonna write in here, shutting this one down. A new one at, and post that again. And there we go. We'll turn that one off. End. Okay, so that'll be better for my computer, I hope. And we'll dismiss that and get rid of it. All right, so I mean 27 in chat. No, there's 36 in the chat now, and 36 likes. That is awesome. I like that. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we are back on the newer stream, and this one will run for a bunch of hours, so we don't need to worry about about losing things. We don't want to lose the streams. It's important. I want to try to have a full birth, and you know, all the way through right to the end of this one. So we'll see what we can do. Anyway, for those good people who are joining, it is my break time, so I am going to go do that. And we'll throw some music on for you. If you're popping in, just hit that like button. It really does help out. If you're new and sitting in the Lurkers Lounge peeking in, and you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing. We've got a very friendly group of people in the chat. As long as you behave, we see no problems there. They don't bite much. Maybe just watch out for Piggy, but she bites and snout bobs. But most of everyone in here is absolutely wonderful, other than Piggy. Actually, Piggy's a wonderful person too. She really is. So, all right, I'm going to go take that break, and I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Enjoy the lava flow. I'll be back. Okay, I've cut the microphone back on, and yeah, that was really wonderful. A little bit of extra audio in there, and I was trying to figure out where the heck it like, was coming from. And some a commercial came on one of the other stream tabs that I've got open, and I forgot to shut the volume off. Thank you for the welcome backs from Piggy. Saying welcome back, a wonderful daddy, DrFox2000, and thanks Charlotte, and welcome to Epic, and thank you Kathy, and also Kevin and Henry, and let's see, Oh Mummy of Hamsters is back, and Oh Mummy of Hamsters, sorry that you accidentally got timed out, but we're happy you're back, and that is all good. And thank you, Sue, and thank you, Susie, and I think I've got everyone. All right, so, Suze, I lost 35 pounds last time I quit chocolate. Do you know where you lost it, Kathy? Because 35 pounds of chocolate is very important, and that's got to be quite a bit of chocolate. And Oh Mummy of Hamster says oink oink. Yeah, anyway, I'm being a smart guy here. All right, yeah, let's see. Louise Clark also here, welcome. 35 pounds would be a super, a nice, super chat. Oh, yeah, that would be too. I guess. Pretty awesome. And off my body, you happy man, you. Oh. Thank you, Kathy. No, we got what you meant, but 35 pounds of chocolate would be really a nice pile. And that would stock my chocolate supply up for a couple of weeks. Anyway, let's carry on with the show here and have a little bit more fun. Of course, what we're seeing is we are looking at our wonderful new fisher there. What do they call it? Rebby. I'm sorry, the cone is called Rebby, and the fisher is called Kobe. And I'm not sure what happened to Daryl. Daryl and his other brother Daryl. Or is that Larry? I have no idea. Anyway, that is what we're looking at. We did see that outflow earlier when we started the show here, and you can see how this effusive lava has already created a large crust area over top, blackened real quick, and definitely adding a layer to the cake, if you will. So, this thing is obviously building up. We're going to see more of a crevasse building along the way here as it exits the, and I'm thinking this is going to be the weak point. We're going to see continual breakage and exiting. This rock here looks a little precarious as well. It could get bumped and knocked down by a nice splash of lava. We'll see what happens once that breaks off, and that'll be pretty cool. Let's see. I'm just trying to keep up with the chat here, make sure everybody is good. And yeah, and just to address that, Sue Hayes, just so you know, no hard feelings or anything like this, just so you understand that these things happen to all of us, myself included, okay? And so sometimes I accidentally do something, and I've aimed for another target, and the chat moves, and I ended up on the wrong person or something. Just so you know, these things are just the way they are. And that is kind of what we try to, we try to avoid it, but hey, we're human. We're going to boo-boo, okay? So I'm not thinking anything be it bad or evil like that, so it is what it is. Firestorm, welcome. And yeah, I was just watching. There was a guy back here, and he wandered off behind the cone here, so we don't see him anymore. But that is down on that bottom well, that would be kind of a south side there. This would be the southeast, kind of a southeast port, if you want to call it that. And that flow is going in a southeasterly direction. And when we were watching it, it looked like right in here there was a massive drain hole of some sort. And I'm thinking there is likely a hole there that is maybe filling up an old lava tube or something like that, or something that's cracked open. But I don't believe that's going back into the magma chamber. I think that's just going down into a certain void, and once that is full, I'm pretty sure that'll stop. So that's kind of the way I feel about that. But you never know. I said a port, a P-O-R-T, not a pork, okay? Yeah, that's a port. Just like port, when you take your ship into port, just to clarify that, Piggy. Just, yeah, nobody was talking about pork here. Not yet, anyway. We'll do that after the next break. Then we'll talk about pork and bacon. Was double checking. Okay, you're safe. Anyway, looking at the size of this thing, and you know, I'm not one for trying to guesstimate how long this thing is, but they say roughly about 200 meters as far as the length of this. So that's about 600 feet. That's a fair size opening. I'm not sure what the width is in here, but I'm sure 600 feet long is plenty long, with lots of bubbly lava just splashing out of it. And it's really nice to see. And again, with this very effusive lava, what happens right away, it hits the ground and it basically cools, is what we're seeing. The buildup of the cone continues, and we'll see more breakdowns and you know, collapses as this thing grows a little bit more. You can see this area here now, that rock area, really, really red. And once it gets red like that, it basically it weakens the bond. And what will end up happening is it will break off eventually. And if it tumbles down into the foreground here where the lava is flowing out, well, we know it's going to get kind of washed away into bits and pieces. You got to remember, this is lava, aka rock, and it's actually a very much like sandpaper and that kind of thing. So as it flows over top of another rock or whatever area, if it's going slow enough, it will actually really dig into that material. Actually, if it's going fast, it's going to do the same thing. It's basically like driving your belt sander past the rock. You're going to see a big difference. Piggy gifted one membership. That is awesome, Piggy. Very big thank you for that. And Dave West got that one. That is pretty cool. And thank you for doing that, Piggy. And congratulations to Dave West for getting that membership. Okay, so I was looking for more views. You know, we want to see what else we've got kicking around, and just to explore a little bit. This, of course, is from up on the ridge, Story Hurger there, and you can see Ragnar over there in this shot, and you can see that smoke. And I love the way that just goes right over the hill and drops back down like that hill's not even there. So that is pretty awesome to see from this view. This is one of the Visa ones that is no longer up and running. And this is one of the close-up views no longer running from MBL. And let's see, we got that, we looked at that. What about this one? Rakens. This is a roof camera, and this is on the side up a little ways there on Litti Hurter Litti Hurter North. Nerder. I hope I said it right. I'm probably going to get called out for that from the Icelandic people. Anyway, I did a bad. So we are still seeing pretty good glow here. And this, of course, is Lear in the background. And what we're not seeing is any continuation up here. This whole area that you see, the extra smoke, that is all moss fires. And that moss fire obviously has inundated that area fairly well. So we'll see what happens in the future. 5-minute warning. Thank you, Piggy. Yep, Lear does look like a pyramid. It is. It's a cone that was formed underneath a glacier, and that I don't know how much that really has a role in it, but that is where it came from. So it was covered in ice some 40,000 years back when it last erupted. So very, very cool and interesting with that particular volcano. Anyway, we were looking for other views. This, of course, is our wonderful, that's Katla. And look at these. It looks like somebody was shooting the clouds up, or shooting shells up into the sky here. That's pretty cool. Dan, wow. Dan gifted 5 memberships and gifted 5. Thank you very kindly, Dan. And I see Carla Ott received one. LC received one. I'm not sure. I know Carla Ott. I'm not sure who LC is, but congratulations to both of you. And we'll see if more people have their accept a gift thing turned on. If you have not gotten a gift, just scroll back up in your chat there and click on that in the chat, and you should be able to turn on accept gift there. So hopefully that is noticed. And Toe Bradley is here. Welcome, Toe. And that's okay. Cool. Anyway, pretty neat looking shot of Katla. If we go back a little bit, I want to see how clear it was. They did, oh well, not bad for an evening time there at Katla. Nice view, but nothing coming out of that volcano. So all quiet for Katla. We'll leave it alone. This, of course, is a shot off of the why is that so fuzzy looking? Off of the Reykjanes Peninsula. This is actually, I don't know why they're zoomed in where they are, but they moved the camera. This is by the lighthouse. There you can see the steam geyser. Over on the left-hand side is where you would likely see our wonderful power plant. And in the background here, well, you can see Ragnar right in there, and of course the town of Grindavik. It's very hard to make out. It's a little fuzzy looking. I'm not sure why they're looking over here. Are they expecting another eruption? Huh? That kind of makes a guy wonder. Earlier, it did look like this, so they did move that over a bit. And of course, you can see that plume coming off of the new volcano over there and doing its thing. And there you can see the little houses of Grindavik and the power plant. Let's leave that back on live. Mustard, yeah, it did look like mustard, didn't it? And of course, this is the other camera. It's what is it? Thorbjorn is the hill that it's on, and that is just south of the Blue Lagoon, and we are looking to the northeast, looking at what's coming out of Fagradalfjall. And I notice the stream of smoke going all the way out here. That would be going through Nathagi and heading right on out into the parking area. And that would be pretty nasty. Anyway, that is what we've got on that shot. That does look pretty cool. I wanted to just take a look a few hours back, see what it looked like there. Fairly blue skies, so there you go. And yep, that wasn't bad. You can see that continuing to smoke pretty heavy there. So we'll likely be seeing our SO2 levels go up a little bit. That's all cool. I put it back on live. We'll leave that there. And of course, this shot is from the Perlin Center, and we're looking at Cape Lear here, and just behind to the southeast is where all that smoke is coming from, and we can see the smoke kind of burning up on the hill here. That is a moss fire area. That's why it's so white, that you're seeing right there is the smoke that's drifting down and curling around and going around the backside of the hill. Where the vent is, and then of course some of that smoke going up, and we can see that plume from quite a distance. It is just about break time. I'm going to put it back here, and that was pretty cool. I was a very clever piggy today, built a budgie nest box. Oh, I hope you're okay with after doing a building like that. Construction work, piggy. You're supposed to behave. Let's see. Uh-oh. Okay, I just read your email. Yeah, you just be very, very careful there, piggy. And we'll just not going to say anything here, but yeah, you stay safe, piggy, okay? Let's see, and what else we got? Well, I think it's break time, so I am going to go for a break. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet, what LOL, me behave in a same sentence. Now, I know, piggy, I know. Anyway, all right, I'm going to go take that break. For those people who haven't hit that like button, give it a quick bop. And wrong bird. Oh, yeah, we heard birds in the background. That's a magpie going by, complaining there's no cookie left. And it looks like the squirrel buried the cookie on the in the other pot there that I've got on the balcony with my old dead tree in it, which is kind of funny. Runs out of bubble wrap. Yep, piggy, you are going to have to resupply yourself. Anyway, hit that like, hit the subscribe, and from that point, yeah, keep an eye on the ant-men and the women that are down in the forefront. And down here in the smoke, you'll see them. There's some standing over here, a bunch of them, and there's some more here. When the smoke clears, you'll be able to see them wandering around down there, if it does clear. And hopefully they will stay away from the lava flows. And you see how tall this is compared to what we had yesterday. Looking pretty awesome. All right, here comes some music. Don't go away. We'll be back after the break with bacon seeds, and we'll go from there. And keep smiling. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'll be back in a few minutes. Thanks. we go. That microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. Thank you for the welcome backs from Old Mummy of Hamsters and Henry Nelson. And welcome back, Super DrFox2000 Superhuman. Thank you, Piggy. And that is all cool. Yeah, and thanks Sasha and Susie. What about the car? What about the cat? A wonky donkey? What are you talking about? What cat? Schrodinger's cat? And thank you, Sue, for the welcome back as well. And Raymond Skywalker, guten Abend. From Switzerland. Awesome to have you on board. And let's see, what else we got? People getting in here. Wonky the cat loved the finches. Every burp, or even burped. Okay, cool. Finches, huh? I guess that is the way it works. And Scott Hartman also on board. Welcome, Scott. Okay, it is that time where I typically show bacon seeds, so we are going to get at that. I do have some loaded here somewhere. I did that in the wee hours of the morning because I forgot to do it last night. This one, of course, is the last one we had from yesterday that our wonderful Piggy sent. And of course, she, no matter how hard she hurts herself or kills herself or whatever, is always sending fresh ones. And here's some of the goodness for today. All right, somebody got in there with the Photoshop and put some hats on these guys and shades on the one in the front, but that does not negate the fact that we require a hogwash. Yeah. Dr. Fox, the Rakens report I sent earlier has a map of the whole area for at least for the last 2 eruptions. Okay, cool. Thank you, Sue. We'll take a look at that one right away. Anyway, yep, this definitely is a hogwash moment. Let's continue on here and see what else we've got. Well, I don't think that's a hogwash, but I don't know. The shoelace is untied there, Piggy. Be careful. I hate when you have your photo hog when they have their shoelaces untied, and that's going to cause a trip hazard. And when we see that, it's always tough. So I don't know. Hopefully that'll get rectified. And next one, of course, I like that picture though. And next one is these two just relaxing. There's a nice pile of straw for them, and they're just one's having a snooze, the other one's just resting, going, "Hey, you're taking pictures of us. Why?" Yeah, but that is all cool. I don't need these I don't need shoelaces. Okay, Piggy. And here's some more just loafing around, and I think these guys might need a hogwash. They're actually getting pretty big. This is a major bacon and not bacon seeds. Charcoal pillow pig. Yep, and that is what we'd call that. And yep, a nice fluffy pillow. Let's keep going. And Amelia popped in. Welcome, Kia ora, Amelia. And good to have you on board. Billy Bob Joe is also here. Welcome. Next bacon seed, of course, are these guys. They were busy eating and they got interrupted. And I don't know what they're thinking, but they're all kind of staring at the camera. I wonder if that cameraman said something bad to them. Actually, the one looking straight ahead there in the middle, actually even both on the left-hand side there, they have smirks on their faces. I wonder what they're up to. They are thinking Snout Bop Bruin. Oh, that could be it, Piggy. give the side eye. Yep, and that is for sure. And here's some happy goers. And these three look like they're doing a little bit of hey, let's follow and run around a bit. They are all spotted, and that is pretty cool. There's more in the background, but these three amigos are the primary shot of that one. Looks pretty cool, and they actually look pretty clean for pigs. So anyway, let's get to the next one. And yeah, this is not the Icelandic hot dog I showed you yesterday. Okay, this is this is a bacon wrapped hot dog. Okay, this is what it is. It's a bacon wrapped hot dog. Pig in a bun. Yeah. Darn it, I tried. Piggy. Yeah, it's okay. Close resemblance, but when we go take a kind of a comparison shot, let me see if I can find that really quickly. I know it's a pretty darn close comparison, but yeah, I don't know if we're going to be able to make that work. Definitely different looking. So yeah, I think the Icelandic one looks like, yeah, definitely. The Icelandic one wins here. I'm sorry, Piggy. I just had to throw that in. Left one better. Well, the left one looks like it'd be a little bit more fun, but the right one I think would be awful tasty. And now I'm drooling. Okay, wow, those Icelandic hot dogs are huge. Yes, Sarah, you're paying $15 for one, but yeah, oops, I wasn't supposed to say that. They are really tasty. That is what the commercial is. They are really tasty. Eat Icelandic hot dogs. No, you want, don't worry about the mustard there, Sasha. You got to have it the way they serve it with the sauce. It is absolutely wonderful. And it doesn't matter whether you like ketchup or not or anything like that. The way it is there in that hand, that's the way it should be eaten, with the funky mayo and the sauce there. That's what you want. You made me fall over. Oh no, Piggy. I hope you didn't fall over. Oh no. Anyway. I hope you didn't fall, and that's all we need. And I hope you're okay, Piggy. Okay, I hope she is. How much? You didn't hear me say $15. No, when I was there, the price of a hot dog like that was somewhere around $7 when I was there 2 years ago, and somebody on here mentioned that it was a $15 hot dog, and I don't know if that is true, but if the price is more than doubled, but that was about the price. Eats the crayons, yeah. It is pretty good. Anyway, what's the difference between a bird flu and swine flu? One requires treatment and the other requires ointment. Get it? Treatment and ointment. Oh boy, you're a tough crowd. Oh, thanks, Piggy, for sending that one in. That is obviously pretty good. Yeah, I will carry on with the next bacon seed, and that is these little guys. And I think somebody needs a hogwash, and there we go. So that is pretty cool looking, and of course they're right beside Mama, and they're staying safe. Yep, $7, and not even in New York City. Well, yeah, Linda, I don't know what they charge there in New York, but yeah, here, we've got places here that are crazy with what they sell their stuff for, and I've actually looked into buying Icelandic hot dogs and importing them, and it's scary when you have a pack of what was it, 16 that are going for $34 a US, a pack of 16. So whatever that works out to, that's like $2.50 per hot dog, Canadian. And if you're in a retail market and you're going to turn around and sell it, yeah, I can see how that price can be up really, really quickly. Okay, and let's get on to the next bacon seed. And I see Spot sees a spot. Spot is looking for the other spot, while his brother Spot is looking, and that is pretty cool. These guys got 15. Yeah, that beats 15. It does. It does. So yeah, you got to buy it in mass volume though. If you only buy a pack of 6, you're paying. What was it? I think that is $15.99 or something. You're almost paying $3 a hot dog, rather than a $2.50 or whatever, plus shipping, of course. Not worthy of it. Anyway, that is a pretty awesome bacon seed. We got one more bacon seed left, so yeah, street cleaners, awesome. There we go. No, hang on, that was the last bacon seed. That was it, and that's it. Unless you want a hot dog, there's your Icelandic hot dog, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, if you never had one, they are indeed tasty. And yes, when you're looking at it in the hand, if you're used to a foot-long hot dog there in the US or Canada, that a foot-long hot dog, that is the size of it. So they are not small. Speaking of hot dogs, here at K-Days, or Klondike Days as they call it, they were selling $100 hot dogs, and the guy sold out. It's a special infused meat that he was using, but this is a pretty awesome awesome hot dog to munch on. Anyway, let's leave that be. We don't have any secret volcano today. You guys obviously seen the banner, or the first one as we came in. I think I have that loaded somewhere, or do I? Yeah, that was this shot. I think that's what I used. I don't recall, but you don't need to guess which one that is. It's all good, so it's not a secret, and we thought that was a pretty nice capture. So pretty cool. And let's see, Kobe. Yep, the Kobe Fisher. And yep, it was a very current. And Tommy is what, a squealer in the bun. Yep, and that can happen. What I got in first. Okay, a piggy, you got in first. Congratulations. And okay, fine. You want to do that? Nobody needed to guess, but a piggy. And we'll do it this way. We got another stack of sugar-free cookies for you, since we weren't really guessing, but there you go. And you can have them anyway. Guess noodles. And oh, okay. Anyway, it's the same one as what's there, so in case you missed it, we'll put that back up there. I did that kind of quickly, and that, of course, is this shot. So if you didn't get it, you should be okay. A goat makes the best tacos. I don't know about that. I've never seen a goat make a taco before. Do they wash their trotters when they do that? That's a cracking shot. Thank you. wow, it has grown, or just looking bigger in the dusk. Well, Siggy, welcome first off, and yeah, I've had many goat tacos, very good, awesome there, Arizona Snowman. I've never had one, but goat make a different sausage. Ah, okay. Well, the meat in the Icelandic hot dogs is it's not beef as such. I do believe it's lamb, if I'm not mistaken, lamb and pork mixed together. So it's a pretty decent taste as well. Anyway, and that's all good. Okay, let's talk about Kobe. Well, yeah, once upon a time, Kobe was a little fisher, and then it got bigger, and it's a very, very long, and then it got shorter again. Well, it didn't really get shorter, it just decided to build a cone around the area it's erupting. I've wanted to taste a goat for years, heard great things. I've had goat cheese, but I haven't had goat, so I can't say. You don't want a Kobe in your hot dog. No, you don't. Yeah, a Kobe in the hot dog is not a good plan. That has got too much grit to it, really. I sent you a video of the beginning of the fissure. I did not get a chance to take a look at that yet, and thank you for the 5-minute warning. I'm still working on trying to locate that report, and I've been bombarded with emails, and some people are emailing me continuously here with updated things that I really don't need. So let me see. Okay, if that is the right one, let's see if I can. Oh, there's the map. Awesome. So that'll work. Let's see if we can get that map open in this side. I'm going to click here. No, let's leave that. Oops. And I will open this map page up. Thank you, Sue, for sending this. And of course, I have to close this so I can actually see what the heck I'm doing here. Anyway, Reagan's Peninsula Volcano New Hazard Map. And eruption is considered dangerous despite its continues to reduce levels so far. So there is a pretty good shot of what we see. Kalir is up here. They're showing intrusion zone there, and they're showing another intrusion zone here, and they're showing the eruptive fissure right there. So that is pretty awesome to be able to see that. And I didn't see anything happening along this intrusion, and that is going all the way up to Kalir. So is it possible that Kalir could erupt within this? And the answer would be yes. But it looks like most of our activity, though, is right over here beside Liti Huter, if I said it correct. And that is the red area here that's erupting. So pretty awesome to be able to see that. And of course, the fissure, if it would have carried on, you see that line, that's what I was talking about yesterday. It basically would run right through a Siggy Fissure as well as a Ragnar over here, so it gives you a pretty good idea. And that, of course, is Meridalier Valley, and then out here you've got Kalir at the other end. So pretty cool to see that. And thank you, Sue, for sending me that. Let's make that bigger. I don't know if that works, but yeah, that should be all right. We're going to see if we can save that image later. The other shot they had here was the zone, and you can see it here from the Sentinel-2 satellite image. you can see where the affected area is. And this one, of course, was the latest cloud-free satellite image of the current eruptive area. So, and it says that was yesterday's photo from the 11th. So, pretty cool. And I don't think there's anything else. No, that is a plume of gas from, what is it, Caliente volcano dome. And Tom Pfeiffer was the photographer, so we'll leave that one be. But getting back to this, that is a kind of a good map, a good way to be able to see what is going on there. And of course, Icelandic Ministry of something, IMO, is that the weather guys. Anyway, that is pretty cool to see, so I'm sure we can find that map. I'm going to see if I can locate it and save it for myself. It is a time for a break, ladies and gentlemen. Let's kill this, and we'll go back to our wonderful fisher, and we are going to go for a break, and then we'll continue on with what's going on. We'll see if we can sneak away to other parts of the world for a little while. That rock looks like a bear. This one here, yeah, and he's either peeking in or peeking out, one of the two, and I'm still waiting for it to break off. We'll see what happens in the near future here. All right, everyone, for those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing if you like what you're seeing. And on that note, it's a time for me to go take a break. I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away, lots more to come. Thanks. Okay, got that microphone button. I clicked on. Thank you for the welcome backs there, Mr. Scott Hartman and Sasha and Nancy Buchanan and Sue Hayes. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate that. And thanks, Kevin Haynes as well, and Susie. Awesome. Obviously, we are watching this. Sandra Rockland is here saying hi, Doc. Thanks, Sandra. This is our wonderful new fissure slash event, or whatever you want to call it. It is the Kobe fissure, as per what Siggy named it, and I'm not sure what it's a Rebbe. The actual event was called Rebbe, if I'm not mistaken, by Yvonne. And I'm sure there was some debating going on there as to what they were going to call it. I don't know what happened to our poor Daryl, but that is what we got right now. Our baked potato is leaking butter out of it. Oh no, C&D boy, you're going to have to do something about that. You can't let that butter go to waste. Hopefully it's cooled enough that you can take care of it. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know if Siggy was right about this thing. Looks like it stepped up the mow a little bit as far as the amount of lava that's coming out. One of the things that I noticed right off the bat here is that southeast corner. That is looking a whole bunch different here. And we're getting ready for watching that break off. And that's going to be interesting. It's either that or it's going to try to close off the gap as lava builds up in there, but I think that flow was way too fast for it to do that. So we'll see what happens. And I'm referring to this area right in here. You can see how that rock has shaped itself to be more of a plug, and the lava, of course, getting deeper up top here. That is indicating that volume has increased again. So very cool to see that. And of course, that is our wonderful fissure there in Iceland. And what's going on? What's impossible? Impossible? No, nothing is impossible there, Henry. Nancy saying, I will be lurking via TV and YouTube as my phone battery is depleted. Enjoy the lava. And absolutely, Nancy, no worries. You enjoy watching it on the big screen. That is the better place to see it anyway. It definitely does look pretty awesome. And it is in 1080p, so it should be a fairly decent quality of a shot as well. And I'm trying to get to it just to make sure. And it is. So that is pretty cool. Actually, we'll go around here real quick, see what else is cooking. Oh, that one is not working. This one is not working. So Visa is now not on the air anymore. This one is live from Iceland up on the Langihurgur, the big ridge up top there, or the spine as they call it. And you can see a story Hurgur right in here, and the smoke coming in the backside. Doesn't look like there's as much smoke coming through here in from Meridalier, but we are seeing the smoke going on the opposite side of the ridge on the eastern side. So that is kind of interesting to see that. And of course, that is our inferno that is blasting out the lava. Let's keep going here. Oh, I just missed that cloud. Anyway, this is where we are seeing, that's that same inferno. The event is behind here, of course. And this shot, of course, there shows a Kalir in the background, and the moss fire area to the northwest of the actual fissure. So that's what we're seeing there. That's what all that smoke is from. And on occasion we get to see that plume coming up from here. So looking pretty good. Next shot, of course, that is still the sun setting there, or maybe starting to rise now, I guess, maybe, at Katla, and no eruption from Katla whatsoever. Next one is, of course, down on the Arakans Peninsula, the lighthouse shot area there. Looking over, you can see the lights of the town of Grindavik, and that, I don't know what exactly that building is. I don't think that's a fishery. I think the fishing docks are over there. So, not sure. Anyone have an idea what that is? A large UFO landed or something? What? Where are those lenticular clouds? I don't see any today. As far as I haven't seen any yet. Doesn't mean we can't find some. And we can see that smoke way out there going all the way out to the ocean. So pretty cool and awesome. Next shot, of course, this is, oh darn it, I forgot the name. What is it? Thorbjorn, and that's the name of the hill we're on here. Thorbjorn, and that, of course, is just south of the Blue Lagoon, and you can see a Ragnar over there, the top of it, and you can see that smoke coming up, and it looks like it might even be going this way as well as that way, and we can see some car lights over there, maybe a rescue unit. And if you're going in there, that parking lot is way behind here. You got a pretty long hike to get in to the site, if that is what your plans are. And let's go to this shot. This, of course, from the Perlin Center there in Reykjavik, and we are looking at. Oh, it's raining outside. I'm surprised. We are seeing the shot of Keilir here and the glow behind it, and that is pretty awesome. And our wonderful friend Yona, if she stands on her rooftop, she can see the flames, and I think she's got a bit better of an angle. So pretty cool, and just have to watch which way that rain is coming down. And it looks like it's raining pretty good here all of a sudden. Darn it, I wish I had all 4 cameras working on that stream right now, but I don't. I only have 2 loaded up, so that's okay. I'm just hoping for a rainbow. Let's put it back over here though, and we'll just kind of cruise in and out to some other volcanoes, and we want to see what's going on around the world. And we'll see if we can spot anything anywhere. Gonna stop over in Italy right away and see if we got any activity at our, and I don't think we do, Stromboli. We see some stars in the sky there with Stromboli, but not much. We do see in the thermal image there is still some hot lava sitting right by the vent there. We aren't seeing anything on the other thermal, and all is quiet here at the vent, and we're not seeing a darn thing. So let's leave that one be. Quick peek. We did have a look at the earthquake map earlier, but there is a larger one in there. I wanted to grab that and see what it is. It's at Keilir, and at Krusavik, and that is from 2257. It's a 2.41, 4.7 kilometers down. I don't think that's going to really mean much for our area. The latest one was a 0.4, 5.2 kilometers down, and that is in the Keilir area, very close to Keilir itself. So that's kind of it. And when you're looking here, there's your Siggy, that's Ragnar, Siggy Fissure, and our open fissure is here, this way, and we'll have to see if we can draw that in on the map later, or just use that other map once I download it. So it'll be cool. Anyway, that's what our earthquakes look like there. So pretty awesome to see that. Real quick peek again at our harmonic tremor chart. I'm looking at the one for Grindavik rather than the one for Eruption because of with the fact that we know that sensor was moved or taken out anyway, and likely going to be relocated somewhere where it is safe from the lava. So seeing what we got at Grindavik is not much going on there. We do see a spike in there, and we didn't see any new quakes. It might have been that 2.4 that we seen at Krasavik. So hang on here. Okay, I had to clear my throat there. Anyway, that's kind of what we got. I was looking at Grimsey's chart. That is this one, Grimsey, the northernmost point. We do see that it got the magmatic is on the up, the seismicity is on the up, and of course the tectonic is on the way up as well. And all three of them have a little bit of a drop at the end. So something is happening. They've got a little bit of movement, and that is always good. And I missed what you retracted there, Sue. Let's see, where are we here? I'm trying to find things that we've got here. We need to throw in some reports. And I know that Sue sent me a bunch of them today. Rakens, we did look at the one. And that was this one, of course. We'll see if we can open that up in there. Yeah, that was that map. So that is a pretty awesome looking picture. I'm going to see if I can save that image. And Rakens 7, that'll work. We'll try that. And we'll leave that one be. We did have that one. There was another Eruption report though. And we'll see if we can open that one up, see what it says. And we'll go from there. Okay, so that is what they were showing, and what Visit Iceland is, I guess, well, it's a roof shot. That's what we were looking at, and they put extra stuff in there at the bottom of that screen. So as of this morning, no significant changes occurred. The eruption continues at drastically reduced levels with less lava output and lower fountains from the short section of the eruptive fissure. The spatter rampart is forming there. Okay, so that's what we've got. Chances remain very high that this is only a prelude to a much more intense phase of activity yet to come. The Iceland Met Office, or IMO, warns that an eruption area remains dangerous and conditions can change quickly. So, in other words, they're saying, hey, don't be counting your cookies just yet. We may have some other stuff popping up. Anyway, the main hazards that cause gas pollution. Oh, hang on, that chance. Yeah, we read that. Okay, the main hazard can cause gas pollution increase when the wind decreases. Hazardous gases can collect in depressions and be fatal. So don't be standing in the smoke, you guys, and stay up and out of that bad air, okay? And let's see, this is the previous one that we've seen before, so I'm not going to worry about that. Let's carry on with the next one. This is, let me throw this one on here. This is a slightly different location, but I think we will report it now anyway, since we're doing that. And this is what is it? Shishalden volcano. Aleutian Islands, Alaska. A strong thermal anomaly alert status raised to yellow. And is it possible that we are going to see another eruption somewhere? Okay, the volcano, this was August 15th of 2022 is when that photo was from. So interesting to see that. And this is from the thermal anomalies that they're talking about. High thermal anomaly has been detected at the volcano today, and that is from Mirova is the satellite that sent that down. So yep, we are definitely seeing something happening there. And oh, that's a different volcano. We'll leave that one be. Okay, so I'm not going to bother with going through all of what we've got here, but just that it had shaken a little bit, and that is always interesting. So if we get an eruption, that'll be really, really cool. And let's see, what else? Then we've got the volcano report. We'll get to that one later. And that volcano report, of course, has got 12 volcanoes for today, 5 for last night. So that'll be awesome. Anyway, let's head back over to our lava. I'm going to get rid of this and go back over here and be back soon. Okay, Arizona Snowman, no worries. You do your thing. And C&D boy, welcome. Yes, you got it. Awesome. Sue, thank you for sending those reports in. And always appreciate that. Food, Icelandic hot dogs. Yes, yes, Icelandic hot dogs. And that is food. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Anyway, that is all awesome, you guys. So, yeah, you know, there's lots of questions I have having read that. I do believe more volcanoes are waking up. And that could be, Sue, we could have a session of a bunch of different volcanoes coming to life. The fact that we've got Iceland happening right now is pretty awesome. And it really is interesting to see how, you know, this in that same system, this thing continues. And for me, I find that really, really cool to see how it's working its way along the fissure. But I really wanted to go back down to the southern end of that fissure that runs northeast to southwest. I want to see it down at Geldingadarlir again. That would really be awesome for me. You know, kind of deja vu, yes, but still, it would be really, really cool. But now the fact that they've said that this may, you know, get into a much bigger scenario, and I saved that image. I just don't know where I saved it. I hope it put it under a V special here where I'm going. I did save it. Yeah, it was in here. I forgot what they called it though. Darn it. I should have named it. Or did I? I forget. I forget these things. I've only got a dozen pictures in there. Maps. Where are you, map? No, that is not it. I'm trying to find that map. I'm going to have to wait a little while because obviously I can't see it offhand. Maybe I'll try to resave it here and see if we can bring that up. I did save it, so I don't know why it didn't show up here. Darn it. It happens. Oh, I did find it. There it is, Reagan 7. And that is the map area. So that is pretty cool, you guys. And that is the area that is affected. The red line here, that's the fissure that we are now looking at. But the other fissure areas, of course, they're intrusions is what they're called. So we got right from the top of Kalir into the valley there, and then of course right beside it all the way in to where we're just about at Siggy's fissure, and that is all the way up to well, Siggy's fissures right in here. So that is, oh sorry, right there. So that is actually not that far away from it, less than a kilometer, and there's a Ragnar. So hopefully, you know, we'll see some new activity, and technically it could go anywhere on that line or any of those lines, or it may even pop out further down here. Who knows? Top of the hour, and thanks Tom for letting me know that. It is time to what? Dr. Fox, no hamster pointer. What happened to a hamster? Oh, there he is. Let's get that back on there. Why is Hammy not showing up on there? Hammy's not showing up on there for some reason. I don't understand it. Let me see if I can get that. And I will have a break right away. But Hammy was supposed to be showing up on there. Oh, hang on. Yeah, I'm going to have to use crayons to do that. Anyway, I will do that after the break, you guys. So, this thing better stay right there. Kalir would go into the north, you bet. And there's Siggy. And that would flow to the north, and that would create all kinds of other problems. So we're hoping it stays where it is or heads further south, and that would be better. And let's see, it will not bomb. Okay, LKTFM, and welcome. All right, I'm going to go take a break, and you guys be good, be kind, and take care. And if you haven't hit that like button yet, give it a quick bop. Also, if you haven't subscribed yet, consider subscribing, and that'd be really cool too. Help us grow. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes with the lovely continuance of the stream. In the meantime, enjoy watching our wonderful new fissure, and here's some lovely music to accompany it. And there we go. The microphone is on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. And thank you for the welcome backs from Sue. And that's the only one. Okay. All the other ones are over at the other stream watching some guy fly around with a drone, I think. That's something like that. Competition, I tell you, competition. Anyway, it's all good. Thanks, JSL, for that welcome back as well. And, yep, it is one of those things. Lizoid says, I'm here. Awesome, Lizoid, and welcome. And, yeah, I was going to go read through that volcano report. I think that would be appropriate for right now. To Bradley also here saying welcome back. I'm stuck here, sticking here. Okay, Sue, no worries, and all cool. So Valerie saying hiya, Doc. Okay, thanks, Valerie. And let's see, did I miss anything? No, I don't think so. We're building bigger walls. One of the things I did notice is our bear head there has really reshaped, and that is right in this area here, and I'm not sure when that actually broke off or what it did, but it did. So that's kind of what we see, but we'll see what happens. Anyway, I'm going to leave that on here. We'll get to that volcano report, and as you can probably tell, my voice isn't doing all that great today. And I think what I'm going to do is just trying to take it a little easier here, maybe take a couple longer breaks in between, because I don't want to lose my voice. I'm going to need it. Anyway, volcano report for yesterday, late yesterday. We had, it says, a late Tuesday's volcanic activity, 5 volcanoes, and we'll start out in Peru with a Sabancaya and continuous ash emissions to 24,000 feet, reported at 1,700 and 2,300 for the same elevation. So Sabancaya definitely busy. And then we've got Sangay in Ecuador, volcanic ash seen in satellite to 21,000 feet or 6,400 meters. Reported at 1730. Mayon and Luzon Island, Philippines, and that eruption, a volcanic ash cloud unknown height, happened at 1815 last night. And then Reykjanes Peninsula, we already seen that report from 2115, which is absolutely wonderful. And then, of course, our wonderful Popocatépetl is in there as well. Volcanic ash emissions possible, reported at 2245. So that is all good. And let's see what we got for today's activity. And that is what we're going to go for. Wednesday of volcanic activity, 12 volcanoes. We'll start out with Reventador, occasional volcanic ash emissions to 15,000 feet, 6,400 meters, reported at 1:30 in the morning. Sabancaya in Peru, and that's occasional volcanic ash emissions to 23,000 feet, 7,000 meters, reported at 5 a.m. And puff emissions to 23,000 feet or 7,000 meters, reported at 1,700. Dakono on Halmahera Island there in Indonesia, continuous volcanic ash emissions to 6,000 feet, 1,800 meters, reported at 5 a.m. And then Sangay in Ecuador, volcanic ash emissions continue to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters, and that was reported at 5:15, I should say, and 1,700 as well. And then we've got Mayon on the Luzon Island, the Philippines, That's the big island. And that, of course, is from eruption of volcanic ash cloud, height unknown, 5:45 a.m. and 1600. Somebody needs to give those guys a gauge on their cameras so they can tell how tall it is. And the next one on the list, we already seen that report from Erupción, and that is Iceland, and that came in from 7:10 a.m. Next on the list is Suwanoshi-jima in Japan, erupted to 7,000 feet, 2,100 meters, reported at 8 a.m. And then Semeru, East Java, Indonesia, volcanic ash to 14,000 feet, 4,300 meters, reported at 10:15 this morning. Popocatépetl in central Mexico, volcanic ash emissions continue to 20,000 feet, 6,100 meters, reported at 10:15 a.m. Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia, possible volcanic ash emissions reported at 13:15. Fuego in Guatemala, volcanic where is it? Volcanic ash emissions observed to 13,000 feet or 4,000 meters, reported at 14:15. And then we've got that one in Alaska, which we already looked at the thing. Shishaldin. Shishaldin volcano in the Aleutian Highlands. Boy, that is a real tongue twister. Anyway, we've seen that report from 1541, and that'd be cool to see that guy go as well. Problem is, we won't have much coverage of that if it does go, because there is no infrastructure as per se, like in Iceland, where they can come out and set up a bunch of cameras and away they go. And anyway, that is the end of our report for today. Thank you very much, Sue Hayes, for sending that in, as well as sending those other reports from volcanodiscovery.com. Always a nice, or is it a .de? One of the two. AVO have a webcam on it. Oh, they do. That is awesome. We'll have to see if we can find that. Anyway, for right now, it's kind of just sit back and watch the lava, you guys. That is really what I'm into. And it is hypnotic. Like when you're staring at that screen, you do get hypnotized by it. And that has happened to me several times already today. Anyway, I wanted to check out the SO2 levels there in Iceland. There's Iceland, and of course we see a little bit of a plume here, and that kind of twisted down this way. And there really isn't a heck of a lot of SO2 coming off of that, but we do see some stuff happening there, and I'm sure we'll see an increase in SO2 somewhere down the line, and then we'll likely see that inundating some of the other areas like the United Kingdom area, as you can see where it's kind of pluming downward, going to hit Ireland and then get across England and so on, and get into the rest of Europe. Hope it's not a bad thing. And while I'm on the SO2 map, a real quick peek. I'm just going to have a peek. Kamchatka Peninsula continuing to do its thing, as well as Ibiko down here on Parameshwar Island. Pretty normal in the Alaskan area. Fires up in northern Canada, in British Columbia as well. My brother, who is somewhere around here, has been ordered out of his home, and he's been out for 3 days now, waiting to be able to return. Luckily, the wind has changed, and his area is not that much in danger right now, but still, those fires south of Prince George are kind of right in this area. That's what this SO2 is all about. and they've got a bunch of forest fires there. We're also seeing more fires up in the northern portions of Alberta, as well as into the Yukon. So that is what's happening up there. Still some fires here in Quebec, and that is the way it is for those guys. Looking at the US, not that bad there. And eastern seaboard, a little heavier right now, but I guess that's going to take some more wind to clear that out and some rain. And we do see the stuff from Mexico still coming out. The residual clouds here, this is, of course, no rain has attacked this. They need rain to wash it out of the air. It is getting into the lower portions of California, as well as moving into Arizona now, and that's not good for them. Down here in Mexico, of course, Popocatépetl being the culprit, and Mexico City right beside it, and that's kind of drifting out into the Pacific, same as everything else down here along the Central American coast. We do see it all heading out into the Pacific, and Nevada del Ruiz making a little bigger statement than the other guys. And Sabancaya is over here. Ubinas is not reported today, so things might have gone quiet there, but we do see Sabancaya's stuff going all the way across and getting into Brazil, Rio de Janeiro, and Sao Paulo area. Sliding down a little bit more, we see the other ones still doing their thing. Thanks, Tom, for the 5-minute break warning. And we do see what's going on there in Chile, getting into Argentina a little bit, but nothing too crazy. Looks like a microvolcano is behaving. And okay, we've got more weird plumes. Where did this come from? All right, and that is coming from here near the Antarctic, and that is, I have no idea what it's actually caused by. We do see this plume here. That's another questionable one. Where is that coming from? Anyway, it does look like Australia is inundated down on the southern and eastern sides with a lot of higher levels of SO2. Hard to tell what's happening here because we see that all sitting there, and of course White Isle volcano is too small to produce all that in a hurry. So we've likely got some other stuff producing gases. Hopefully it's nothing severe. Maybe it's another underwater volcano somewhere down there. Anyway, this is Tofua in Tonga, and then of course Yasur would be located here in Vanuatu, Gawa and Eoba up there, and never mind. Here in Papua New Guinea, sorry, every time I read that name, that's what I think of. Luotolak, they're doing its thing, and then of course we see the heavy red area. That, of course, is from Semeru, and we're not seeing as much off-gassing from Merapi. We do have some extra stuff up here, but most of the heavy areas are Jakarta and Krakatau, and they're both working on throwing some of that in there. So a very, very heavy area. If you want pollution, there you go. That's a place to go. Ibu and Nakono still doing their thing. Mayon and Bulusan and Taal all combining for that glorious effort. And okay, and now more confusion. Where is that coming from? That might be another underground or underwater volcano. I didn't see that before, and I was kind of wondering. Looks like fairly heavy industrial stuff there in Taiwan. There here is where Suwanoshi-jima is, so it's off gassing fairly heavy. And of course there is Sakurajima, and you can see that big red plume. Aso is right in here, very light from Aso today. And going up here to Tokyo, and we see Tokyo's fairly heavy, but we do see an area over here that does have some higher levels of SO2, and that is from Asama-san, and there we go. That's kind of it for the Kamchatka. And we also looked at, well, China's not bad. We looked at the bottom end, but looking at India, eastern side, pretty heavy as normal. Going down here, South Africa, yep, they're still working on smelting gold, and that is a good indicator of that happening. And the DR Congo area continuing with its volcanic ash output and SO2 doing its thing. Not able to see Erta Ale here at all, and again, still all this stuff coming from Saudi Arabia onto the areas here of Ethiopia and what is it, Eritrea, as well as what is this country? Sudan. There we go. And we do see here the higher SO2, that of course coming from their oil refineries in Saudi Arabia, as well as Kuwait and Iraq. And there is some in Iran, but looks like they might be getting some rain or something. Higher levels around where Piggy lives, and I'm wondering if that's leftover stuff from Etna. And as we zoom in here, looking at, we do see a heavier area there, so Stromboli is definitely off-gassing, and so is Mount Etna, and that is that plume that you see going down here. Not sure what's all coming off of Volcano, and it looks like most of places in Europe are not that bad as far as levels. Italy itself is a little bit more than others, but Sicily is high because of Etna, and the other ones here, Portugal and Spain and France, Germany, and England, and Ireland, Wales, Scotland, all pretty good. Poland is not bad either, and then of course Sweden, Norway, and Finland are pretty empty, and Iceland of course doing its thing, so it's not bad there. All right, it is a time for me to take another break. I'm going to put you back on the lava for those good people who are here. And if you have not yet hit the like button, give it a quick bob for us, and that'd be really awesome. If you heard Reed Timmer, this is coming from shelter, run from the shelter. Okay, if you hear Reed Timmer is coming, run for shelter. Who the heck is Reed Timmer? Okay, I don't know who that is. Anyway, I'm going to run for a break. So, hey, there's a bunny. I see a bunny. That's pretty cool. Bunny eating at the in the dome. I haven't seen a bunny for a while. Can you check the waves underground to know how lava is acting? Unfortunately, no, we can't. I wish we could. And the wave action is something that I've always... Reed Timmer is a volcano tornado chaser. Yikes. We don't need tornadoes here. Anyway, we'll leave that be for right now. For those good people who haven't hit that like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. And I'm going to go take that break, be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Here's some music. Thanks. microphone is on as I stop boogieing in my chair. Thank you for the welcome back there from Sue. And oh, mummy of hamsters saying welcome back, Doc. And thank you. And that is all cool. Yep, Sandra Rockland, you're right. Homemade chili and a grilled cheese. Oh man. You know, I can't make homemade chili right now, but I can certainly do. I've got some canned chili that I can do with a grilled cheese. I think that's what I'm going to have for dinner tonight. Grilled cheese sandwich with, yeah, that sounds like a good plan. I can do that. Thanks, Arizona Snowman. I'm going to take that idea into play here. And so chili and grilled cheese, and that is doable. Yep, that'll work. Anyway, so looking at what we've got going on here, we've shown that map where everything is happening on the screen here. Oh, and not that one. Hang on, where is that map? Hang on, that is not the map either. Okay, sorry. Let me find that map. Why is it not loaded here? I did have it loaded. Let me see if I can locate it again. It shouldn't be that hard to find. Since I found it once, I should be able to see it again. Yeah, let's see. Where are we on this? Should be here somewhere close. Close, and there it is. Rakens 707. I'll leave that one loaded. Oh, I do have that loaded. Why did it not work? Huh. Okay, let me delete one of them. I did have it. Okay, so all cool. Anyway, this is the outlay of what we're seeing there in the area. Kalir up on the top end, and Ragnar down here on the bottom end. You can see Meridalia Valley, and of course this is the lava intrusion there and here, or magma intrusion, I should say. And of course, out of that, we only had one area that did actually erupt, and that was over 900 meters in length, and that is right in this area, of course. And that is what we were kind of anticipating after the scene where it was finally going to go. I thought personally we would see it pop on the other side of Litihurter, and we didn't see that, but you know, anything is still possible. No hamster. I keep forgetting that picture doesn't show hamsters. Let's see if I can do that somehow, some different way. Okay, I got a different way of doing that. We can do this, that we will see the hamster. And let me try this. If there's a will, there's always a way. And where is that darn file? 7, there it is. Okay, I'm opening it up in a different spot. And then we will take this one off of here and do a capture so we can have a hamster. And there, and that will work. And let's do that. Okay, and now you got Mr. Hamster on here. So Kalir up on the top, and that is pretty cool. Yawning, I'm in what? Y'all, I'm in Denver. Noetic, Denver, Colorado. Cool. And of course, here's a Ragnar on the other end. This is down here where Siggy Fisher is. And again, there's the very long intrusion, and then you have a shorter intrusion going right up into Kalir. And here is, of course, our actual eruptive zone, and only a portion of that is erupting right now. and that is what we got. So Litti Hurter is right there, and that is what we're seeing. So hopefully you can see my mouse bobbing around on there, and that is pretty interesting. So I do like this. You know, I wish this would carry on, and it still has plenty of energy in that system to push back south. And unfortunately, with some of the pressure coming off of here, you know, at this point, I don't know what's going to happen in the future, if we are going to see pressure pushing south, or are we going to see another eruption along the intrusion lines somewhere in here. And you know, K-Lear hasn't popped for 40,000 years. We really don't want it going on the other side of K-Lear. As Siggy mentioned, that on the north side there, that's pretty much downhill. Right now where it is, the lava's flowing this way, and we'll end up kind of bogging down into a gully of higher area around it. So it's going to create a big pool of lava, magma, or well, a lava pool eventually, and it'll just get thicker and thicker, trying to get over these areas here. We may see it flow south eventually, but it's going to take a long time. I mean, we are only on day 3 of this thing, so give it a time, and that is something that we really do need to do. So let's worry about that later. It's due. Oh boy, it didn't. The lava workers didn't pay up. No, hang on, it was Siggy that didn't pay up. Yeah, something. Yep, that'll be cool. So, and hopefully, I'm in Nova Scotia by design. There you go, Sue. Awesome. Yes, I see him. That is always good. Western Wyoming Mustang. There you. Western Wyoming is pretty cool. And let's see. I need to find a pump machine that takes credit cards. Well, if you ask nicely, you can probably get a Pepsi from there. Yeah, we can do that. It's called retirement planning. Oh boy, I heard of that, Sue. Maybe one day I will consider that. I got to keep doing the show for a while, so that is always important. Anyway, speaking of doing the show, we're not going to drag this one out too long tonight. I am going to go make myself some dinner and stuff like that. And by the way, for those who are into the bunnies, the bunny that was eating just now that I seen there was Limpy. And I haven't seen Limpy for over a month. So it is nice to see Limpy. And of course, when I opened the window and talked to him, Limpy was okay. And seemed to be in pretty good looking shape. And Limpy did listen to me, so he's obviously still doing fairly well. Good to see that Limpy is still around. Yeah, he is. And he looked okay. And there was a magpie that wanted to get at the water, and of course Limpy was inside the dome, and that magpie did not dare enter while Limpy was there. And then when Limpy came out, Limpy ran right towards him. So that magpie had to fly away. That was pretty cool. I like that. Anyway, Limpy don't take no guff from no magpies. And I think they all know it. He's a meanie. He can be anyway. So pretty cool. Doc, end of the stream at the top of the hour. Yep, I'm gonna stop it for well, I'm gonna let the stream run, but I'm going to stop at the top of the hour, and we'll continue on with the stream tomorrow. I do need to have some time off here and a little bit of rest, And you know, when you work an 8-hour day and you come home and you do a 4-hour stream, it starts to tax on you after a little while. So a little bit of free time for myself was always really, really good. In my religion, we have a volcano, and the volcano was almost exploding without warning, or in region, I should say, yeah, in your region, warning like lava and smoke, just earthquake and gas. Well, you can get all kinds of different explosions, all kinds of different activity where you see things popping, and sometimes they are just gassy explosions. That is what you see. Other times you see so much material come up all at once, it creates pyroclastic flows, and of course the shot upward from the plume. You know, when you see a plume going up, it's always, especially if it's a lot of pyroclastic material in there, tephra, you know, chunks of rock and lava and gases, water, vapor, etc., going up. Once that driving force upward is exceeded, and the height is exceeded, it will drop back down to the earth, and you get what you see a collapse of an eruption like that, and that collapse then turns into a pyroclastic flow, and that can be really super, super dangerous for just about everyone. Anyway, I like Edgar Allan Poe. Okay, Susie, I can hear the magpies. Yeah, I can hear those guys too. They're talking about what the bunny did, and the fact that they couldn't go have water. I thought that was hilarious. Anyway, that is pretty cool, you guys. So, kind of just keeping this as our Icelandic version of today's show. I really don't have too much more to add with that. I've looked at some of the other volcanoes around the world. A lot of them are either in cloud or doing whatever, you know, just not erupting. And we like to see lava, and I think this is probably one of the best things that we could see for right now, and that is all cool. Quick trip around. I don't know if we're going to see any of the other ones working here. I'm going to just try to see if I can get another shot. Multi-screen. There's our multi-screen, and you can see a little bit more of that flow down on the bottom. Why is that one not moving? There we go. I'll have to stay on it there. Anyway, on the bottom right hand side, you can see that a flow that has been coming out and heading off to the southeast from our volcano, and that is pretty cool, and we like that. So pretty awesome to see that. I need to check on him. I'll be right back. Okay, cool. Thanks, Doc. Always lovely to drop in here and see tropic things or popping in. That is always nice to have people from all around the world popping in. So the Iceland's volcanoes are beautiful to see, especially compared to others. Yeah, and JSL, the one thing that in the Fragor del Fiol area is what I find interesting is, you know, the accessibility and the physical size of the volcano is not overly great, and you know, when you compare to some of the other big guns out there, it is really quite unique to see an area like that. And again, you know, I'm going to say this is a smaller volcano in comparison to many out there. So that's something to consider. You know, if you've seen some of these other ones blowing up, you really have to kind of go, wow. but Iceland is, well, in my opinion, more tourist-friendly volcanoes are popping up there, so real cool. What's it say? If Suhays, if you make it out here, you could also check out Mount Shasta and the big lava tubes. A few hours drive east of me. Okay, at Lava Bed National Monument, and that is pretty cool there, Frank. And actually, who did we have that actually lived really close to Mount Shasta? There was one fella in here. I can't remember who it was, but he lives about 2 or 3 miles away from Mount Shasta, something like that. Anyway, it's pretty awesome to be that close, but also very dangerous, and that is kind of neat. Anyway, yeah, I'm not going to procrastinate on this. I think what I am going to do for tonight is take it easy, go make myself some dinner. That chili and grilled cheese does sound like a good plan, and I will certainly leave the stream run, as you know, we want to continue to be able to watch this on the wonderful screens here. If you're watching it on your big screen, should look awesome, and we'll leave it be. So yep, a chili and grilled cheese, that is what is on the menu. So we'll see if we can make that. And thank you everyone for being here. I see we've got 808 views so far. We've got 88 people in the stream right now watching, and we are at 128 likes since we started it, and the stream has been running for 2 hours and 29 minutes, so pretty cool. Anyway, let's leave her there. Lots of people in here yet, and of course we will leave this run. I may reset it. I think we'll see if I'll reset it later tonight, before I go to bed, and then we'll do a reset in the morning. I'll try to do the reset just a little bit later, because we do want to make sure that I get the timing back to where I need it. Anyway, on those notes, I want to say thank you everyone for being here, and like I said, the stream shall continue just without me. Take it easy, Doc. Thanks for the stream, and Serotonin, thank you for popping in as well. So yeah, awesome, you guys. Be good. Take care of yourselves, and I want to say a thank you to Piggy, and also to Frajola for their super chats. Also, a thank you to Piggy for gifting that 1 membership, and also to Dan for gifting a 5-pack of memberships. So thank you very kindly for that wonderful support and help with the stream. Always a good. And a big thank you to all our moderators, Arizona Snowman, and Piggy, and Sue, and CND Boy, and Gary, 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, and Siggy, and Yvonne Kunkel. And I'm hoping Yvonne is getting some sleep. It's a nighttime. And also Lucas Snow, Joseph Fields, Texas, and Mona Lisa Smiles. Thank you, everyone. Moderators, I do appreciate all your wonderful help, and hopefully you're enjoying the streams. And also want to say a big thanks to everyone in here, every last one of you that is here, part of our wonderful Lava family. So be good, be careful, and take care of yourselves. And please, as I always end, please, please tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Take care, everyone, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Good night, and oink oink.